833-460-KMOD. You can also text BMMS and then what you want to say to 82945. Listen online, the website that rocks, KMOD.com. Past shows are available on iTunes. Search under BMMS. Listen with your cell phone. Get the iHeartRadio app, available from the App Store of your cell phone provider. More on that at iHeartRadio.com. And we're on Facebook. Facebook.com/BMMS69. That's where you can hang out with us each and every day. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Corbin.
Good morning, Gimpy.
Yeah, good morning.
We got tickets to give away to see Seether on the 29th at the Hard Rock Live inside the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Get your tickets, hardrockcasinotulsa.com. We've got listener emails. We've got To Tell the Truth. And we've got qualifying for CMall 2025.
Hooray!
Q just played, and Josh Colson of Sapulpa heard the cue. So now Josh is in the running to see every concert KMOD is a part of, including VIP Weekend Rocklahoma tickets from Yingling Flight. Keep listening to get qualified. Another chance is coming up very soon. And we're getting near the end of qualifying because the giveaway is happening next week. More on that in a little bit. I found this out this morning that the state of Oklahoma, the governor, I should say, for the state of Oklahoma, has a bill on his desk to raise the age of consent to 18.
Oh.
Which feels, yeah, that makes,
Yeah.
yes.
Very appropriate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You would think. Some people were not for it, which I find incredibly compelling. What would be the argument in your mind to not raise the age of consent to 18?
It's currently what, 16 now?
Correct.
Okay.
Lindsay?
Well, we know the child. We like them. They've been dating. You can't change it now because they've already been in a relationship.
Okay. Gimpy? What would be the reason to not change the age of consent to 18?
They're close enough to age. It's fine. They can make up their own decisions. They're practically adults at this point in time. Besides, have you ever tried to tell a 16-year-old what they can't do?
Right.
They're going to do it anyway.
Well, the idea, or at least the argument of why not, is what about kids that are 17 that are in relationship with kids that are 18?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that suddenly these kids that are 18 in a relationship and have been in a relationship could get arrested.
Yeah.
Which I would say that's a bunch of bull S. That ain't going to happen. That's not what the law is designed for. That's not the point of the law. Could you get some nefarious parent that would be like, you can't be with my kid and then do that?
Right.
Of course. No DA is pursuing that. Right? And so that was actually the argument, is that it would create a scenario where kids would get in trouble that are 18 dating 17-year-olds.
Right.
So they added an amendment to it, which created the NOS. And it's called the Romeo and Juliet asterisk or whatever in it. And so in the example from the person that I had a problem with, said Mary is 17 and 11 months. John is almost 18. The day that John turns 18, if he has sexual relations with the young lady who is 1 month younger than him, he may be charged with statutory rape. I just think that's stupid. That's not going to happen.
Right.
You're not passing a prudent law or being in on it or needing this asterisk because of some made-up scenario we've never seen happen.
Right. Well, it's just in case.
But you're making a good argument. I feel like that's fair to address that.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's fair to be like, we should make some sort of amendment that if you're 18, right? Here's where it goes south for me. So they put this in there. They added language allowing people over 16 to legally consent to sex with someone within 4 years of their age. Whoa, hold on. How do we go from the example of a 17-year-old
Right.
having relations with an 18-year-old to a 16-year-old and letting them decide if they should have sex with a 20-year-old? That makes
Not
zero
at all.
sense to me.
No.
And so the new bill would allow a 17-year-old to have sex with a 21-year-old, and that's what created all the no's. 20, I believe, on both sides of the aisle.
Right.
That were like, this makes no sense. So what's probably going to happen, because I would hope, I don't know how you add the 4 years in there.
I don't either.
No, you shouldn't.
Because then does someone go, whoa, we got to let a 20-year-old have sex with a 16-year-old?
Right.
How do you get to the 20?
A 19 and a 15, right? A 14 and an 18.
No. The asterisk is that if you're 16
Oh,
or
okay.
older, you can
Have to be 16. Gotcha.
you can give consent for someone
Gotcha.
in the 4-year window.
Okay.
Some argue that 16 is fine. There shouldn't be no reason to change it. You can already drive. You can already make some adult decisions, and that in some states it's already 16. 16-year-olds can be tried as adults. Like there's plenty of examples where 16-year-olds can do things, and it can create confusion. To which I would say, no.
Right.
How it doesn't make sense is beyond me. I will give you that a difference between a 16-year-old and 18-year-old there isn't much difference,
Right.
except 18, you move out, you can vote, you can
Yeah.
join the military, you can do all these things that we've clearly drawn the line and been like, this is an adult, not a 16-year-old.
But you made mention of a 21-year-old in there too.
Yeah, if you're 17, the 4-year window would allow you to be able to have sex. You as a 17-year-old can give consent to have sex with a 21-year-old. Because that's 4 years beyond.
So is there a cap on age limit as it stands right now? And I ask that
good question.
because it's like, all right, well, the 16-year-old can make up their own mind and they can do whatever they want. They can decide whether they want to have sex with somebody or not, right? So what's to stop this 16-year-old to decide to have sex with somebody who's 25, 30, 35? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So putting a cap on the age limit, only to age. I mean, they're going to do whatever they want to anyway, regardless. That's just all that there is to it. But it might prevent some creepy old men from having sex with 16, 17-year-olds.
Some people argue that making the age of consent 16, this is a bizarre argument too, that making the age of consent 18 creates a scenario where 17-year-olds can have sex with 14-year-olds, to which I also say that's crazy. Could it happen? Of course. Is it already happening? Yes.
Yeah.
Will it stop it? No. Not to the people that would do it.
Right. So why even have an age of consent
Right.
law?
Right.
Yeah. If
Well-
they're going to do it anyway.
Why have a legislature? I mean, we can keep doing the why should we's,
Right.
which I'm never a big fan of that argument. That's kind of like a wild stance to be like, well, what if? Yeah,
Right.
what if? I get it.
Right.
But to me, the law isn't designed for people that are having social relationships that are already deemed acceptable or maybe even borderline acceptable, like at school.
Right.
This is to make it where, let's see, what's the word? Predators can't marry 13-year-olds.
Exactly.
Right.
And as someone who's a product of a lineage of that, my grandmother got married at 13, had my mom when she was 13. I understand I wouldn't be there.
Right.
I wouldn't exist if but that was deemed normal.
Right.
My grandmother, and my grandfather came to Oklahoma to get married because 13 was allowed to get married.
Yeah. And how old was he at the time?
19, 20.
Okay.
I'd have to ask my mom to make sure.
Yeah.
Old enough.
Yeah.
Old enough to be able to move.
Too old, I believe the
Right,
phrase
right,
is.
right.
All right.
Too old. It makes no sense. The mental strain on my grandmother at 13 having 2 kids because she got pregnant right after that. Again, so she had most of her kids before she was 18. rephrase that. She had her kids before she was 18. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's
That
why
is.
the law exists.
Right, right. There's no enjoying a childhood at all whatsoever, is there?
Now, when the average age, like you died at 40 or 60 or 50, okay.
Right, because you're halfway through life
Yeah.
right now. Right.
I can get there. Mm-hmm. But now, when people are living to 80 and 90, unless they get shot, like it's
Right.
it's wild to be against this. But it's wild to then also add a bridge to nowhere in terms of sexual relations. Having the changing it like, well, we got to have a Romeo and Juliet provision for that one 18 to 17-year-old exception that happens for a short stint.
Right.
But we're going to expand it to 21?
Yeah. Makes no sense.
What are we doing? Why are you wasting the time with the law then? So we'll see if the governor doesn't pass it. But when I saw that this morning, I'm like, ooh, can't wait to see how many people are like, no.
Right. In fact, we should lower the age.
I would, to be a politician, I think, is just wild. It's so crazy because you have to DEF your decisions
Right.
and be able to explain them to your constituents, or you can have the stance of some constituents or some politicians who are like, I don't have to answer to my constituents. I
Right.
can think of a few in office right now that are that way. And don't have to be under scrutiny from their constituents. Just a wild oligarchy, if you will, to be like, I will decide and I do not have to explain. Whew, crazy. Have you ever texted someone on your 16th birthday and say there wasn't an excuse to not date them anymore? I mean, we joked. We joked like when you were 18 or 16, like, yeah, I'm consent.
Right.
But that wasn't I wasn't like, I can't wait. I was 17. He was 19. First thing my son's dad did was cry when he found out I was pregnant. Homie thought he was going to jail.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he should have. I don't know. Should a 17-year-old be having a sexual relationship with a 19-year-old?
Well, it depends on how mature they are.
I don't know. And this is a diehard listener that's texting in sharing that.
For sure.
There are exceptions, of course. I don't think that it's designed to be for two consenting people and parents' blessing.
Right.
But I don't think a 17-year-old should be having a kid.
No, it happens.
It happens. Sure.
Clearly.
At first I was appalled, but then it got me that if a senior is dating a freshman that is 14 and they were in school together, I might be conflicted.
So an 18-year-old senior dating a 14-year-old freshman.
Yeah, what do they have in common?
Yeah.
Typically you see that only from a male to female scenario.
Right.
You only see a male that's older dating a female that's a freshman. Rarely do you see not saying it doesn't happen, put your phone down. I'm saying that
Right.
typically. And I think that the law and like making this change is for not the exceptions.
Right.
It's for overall, like, yeah, this isn't, it's weird to have people on the side of like, yes,
Right.
just because it worked out for you in your scenario doesn't mean it should be okay for everyone. Not everybody's mentally capable of handling that. Is wild. All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Big Mad Morning Show. This is Tulsa's Morning Show, 97.5.
Good morning. It's the Big Mad Morning Show. Toll free 833-460-KMOD. You can also text BMMS and then what you want to say to 82945. News quickies are stories you may have missed in the news, but we cover them here and put a link on our Facebook page if you want more.
It's time for News Quickies, world news, local news, and news that just makes you say, what the Now here's Corbin, Gimpy, and Lindsay with what's going on. News Quickies from the Big Man Morning Show at 97.5 KMOD.
School evacuated after student brings in a grenade for show and tell. This happened over in England at a primary school in Derbyshire, where a child, they were in the middle of a Second World War show, and they were
Show?
an assembly, and they were
An
doing
assembly?
showing,
What's a World War II assembly?
I don't know, talking about it and showcasing items from it.
Huh.
So one child actually had an old bullet from World War II, and the head teacher, Jeanette Hart, said, you know, everything was going great. It was quite an eventful assembly. It was fine. There was a boy that had this old bullet and a case, and I knew about that. But then his friend produced a hand grenade from his pocket that I was not expecting to be brought in. She said that it made her extremely nervous. She took it from the boy and took it outside by the parking lot and placed it gently by a tree. And then they called in police, and a bomb squad came in, and experts later established that the grenade was safe. They ran x-rays on the grenade, and they said that, yeah, everything's fine, but they did remove everyone from the school for the day. They said that they got to keep the x-rays of the grenade, and they were going to keep that for future assemblies.
Sure. We had that discussion with the bomb squad, and they said that most people that think they have non-active grenades have actually active grenades.
Right.
The grenade actually was a family heirloom.
Well, I can imagine, yeah.
The kid,
They said that too.
yeah.
Grandpa brings it over from Korea or World War II in this case. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I got a stuffy for you, a Toblerone, and explosive device.
Listen, it's easier to bring back guns and grenades than it is, human ears and fingers.
It used to be.
Right.
I don't know if you could get away with that now.
I think I would rather have the wartime grenade as a family heirloom than, Grandpa's nemesis's ear.
It's a fun question. Yeah, I definitely don't want the Nemesis a body appendage for sure. I don't know if I'd want a grenade.
All right. I think it'd be all right.
I don't know.
Grenade, landmine,
Oh, no.
anything like that.
I don't know if the thing you use to kill people.
Right.
It's weird.
Bring a tank back. Put it in the front yard. It's all good.
Bazooka.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, again, I think those days, after they did Desert Storm, they were like, oh, we've got to figure this out.
Right.
Some guys get stuff back, but I think it's not as common as it used to be.
I think a letter would be better.
A letter's a pretty good
Handwritten
heirloom.
letter, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the PTSD that you get, but hey, what do I know? Two moms left kids in car with a bag of weed while they went drinking. This comes out of Arizona, where a 31-year-old gal named Stevie Benali and her 34-year-old friend Renee Barlow, they stopped at this little place called Salt Tacos and Tequila Restaurant and Bar. And they left like 4 kids in the car, went inside to, quote, use the bathroom. Anyway, so while they're in there using the bathroom, quote unquote, one of the kids gets out, starts running in the parking lot, which prompted calls to police. Police come to the scene, and they find the kid running around the parking lot. That kid takes him back to the car, where police find the 3 other kids in the car and this giant bag of pot. They waited around for 45 minutes before the mothers come stumbling back to the car. Of course, they gave them excuse after excuse. One of them told them that I went into Crumble to get some cookies or whatever. And then the other one was like, we just went into, they admitted to going to the salt place. And it's like, we just went in to use the bathroom. But eventually, because, they're slurring and whatnots, They came clean, told them they've been in there drinking. Anyhow, so they were both charged with child abuse and possession of drugs, and the kids were handed off to family members.
So they have they sell pitchers of margaritas at this place?
Oh, the salt tacos?
Yes, it's a chain. They have multiple locations in the greater Glendale area. $36 for a pitcher.
Wow.
Damn. Well, what kind of tequila does it have?
Great question. Three Amigos, which is a local one, fresh citrus, orange juice, fresh lime. And you can make it chagon, which is cool. That's cool in Spanish for those who don't know. For $5 more, you can have a paleta and tamarind straw.
Oh.
Or you can upgrade your house margarita for $2 more to have Contro Noir put in it. They have the Cadillac margarita for $46 a pitcher.
Good
Damn.
Lord.
And that one is Dobel, Diamante, Agave, Fresh Lime, and Contro Noir. Cointreau Noir. And then, of course, a bunch of other, another hibiscus drink. We're going to have to start checking these bars.
Let's see how many of them have hibiscus drinks.
Dude, hibiscus, it is so, covert.
Yeah.
Right.
You're drinking, you're like, this is delicious. And then it's super sweet. Good example, I don't like margaritas at all. I don't like tequila. But Tacos by Mezcal has a hibiscus margarita that is delicious.
I'll make hibiscus tea at home, and it's super simple to do.
Well, it's tea.
Yeah.
Tea's
you
not real hard to do.
You just buy the dried hibiscus flowers from supermercados and just boil them. It's just that easy, and then add sugar.
Tea.
Yeah, super simple, and it's delicious. But there was a bar that we went to last year during a patio party downtown, and it had kind of like all the turf outside in their back, and they had the water sprinklers out, and their big, huge patio. And they had some games. I forget the name, but when you walked in, they did have an amazing hibiscus drink inside. And they changed their flavors like weekly. Do you remember that?
Where did we go downtown that had a turf area? I don't remember this.
McNally's maybe?
No.
McNally's has got a great
And they had
patio,
some
but it doesn't have turf.
couches
And they had couches
outside.
downtown.
Are you sure it was downtown?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was downtown.
Oh, not the Mercury Lounge.
No.
they don't
Not
have-
No,
Yeah, kind of, but not.
No, but it's not downtown. It's 18th of Boston. It's not Fassler.
No.
They don't have couches. Had couches
was
downtown.
It looked almost like they were the couches were like inside pods. In the,
Okay. Yeah.
Is that Inner Circle?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't remember turf.
Yeah.
I remember the containers
Yeah.
that people hung out in.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they got the little spray nozzles.
Yeah. Good memory. Yeah.
thanks.
You're welcome.
Aw.
People living near golf course have higher Parkinson's risk.
Oh, God.
According to a new study published this month in JAMA Network Open, yes, I renewed your subscription, they found that people living within a mile of a golf course have a 126% higher risk of getting Parkinson's than those who live more than 6 miles away. Researchers suspect the use of pesticides on the golf course is linked to the higher risk.
Okay, that makes sense, I guess.
Does it
guess.
though? I don't know, because if you think about it, people use pesticides on their own lawn all the time,
Yeah,
right?
not quite to that degree, though. You got to think about how many people do you know have a lawn the size of an 18-hole golf course?
True.
You know, and that's probably because it's there's so much of it there that you got to cover.
Golf course is about 200 acres. Your house yard might be 1,
Yeah.
but probably not. Probably more like 0.2.
So you're not going to use, what was it, 2,200 acres worth of pesticides on one acre lot? Yeah.
I don't know. Are they that airborne?
Right.
The pesticides?
Yeah.
I guess they can be. Yeah, because if you've got a couple of Jose's and a Juan with the backpacks and and the squirting hoses, and they're just going around, and outside that, that wind does pick it up and carry it away.
Unless it's granule.
True. I don't know what they're using.
I don't even. I've been on a couple golf courses. I've never seen them spray. I'm not saying they don't. Obviously, obviously they do. They look amazing.
Yeah, they do it all while everybody's gone before they get there.
And I would imagine they overdo it.
Yeah.
126% chance higher.
All right.
So there you go. That and windows, 2 great reasons not to live
Right.
near a golf course. All these stories are on our Facebook page at facebook.com/BMMS69.
Tulsa's morning show is
Good morning. It's the Big Mad Morning Show. Toll free 833-460-KMOD. You can also text BMMS. And then what you want to say to 82945. Be listening for qualifying for CMall 2025. Another chance is coming up very soon. Right now, we're going to see what Lindsay has for Balls to the Wall Sports.
The NBA Conference Finals are set to tip off. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to host Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals tonight at 7:30. The top-seeded Thunder are making their first appearance in the conference finals since 2016, while the Wolves are making their second straight appearance in the series. The Eastern Conference Finals get underway tomorrow when Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks welcome Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers to Madison Square Garden.
The Thunder are 7.5-point favorites. So,
Let's go Thunder. The Nuggets' former coach has picked up a new gig for the next round of the NBA postseason. Michael Malone is joining ESPN for its coverage of the Western Conference Finals. Malone will work on the NBA Countdown pregame and halftime show that will be on site at all games during the series. The NBA champion coach was fired as Denver's coach during the final week of the regular season. He is the franchise's all-time leader in wins. The quest for a spot in the Stanley Cup final begins tonight at 7. The Hurricanes and Panthers clash in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final from Raleigh. Florida is making its third straight ECF appearance after winning the Cup last season. Meanwhile, the Western Conference Final kicks into gear tomorrow when the Stars and Oilers duel in Dallas. Edmonton is trying to make it back to the Cup Final after falling to Florida last year.
did you see the NHL ref get stuck behind a check against the wall? It was awesome.
No.
It was awesome.
Did he get hurt?
He says he's okay, but I'm sure it didn't feel good.
Yeah.
Two guys, one guy skating full speed, the other trying to slide out of the way and shake him off. And he gets checked right into the ref.
Damn.
The NFL is holding its spring league meetings in Minneapolis today. Among the topics expected to be discussed is, of course, the tush push, popularized by the Eagles. Reports say that the Philadelphia Eagles are campaigning hard with phone calls lobbying owners to keep their signature play as part of the game. Other reports suggest that revised language placing a ban on all pushing, pulling of the ball carrier could be what ends up seeing the play come to an end. The Green Bay Packers submitted a revised proposal to outlaw the play. The updated wording would revise the rule to how it existed before 2005, the last time it was amended. Teams are also expected to vote on a proposal by the Lions to reseed teams after the first round of the playoffs.
So this is Frankie Louvu. He said that I know people are going to say, hey, you guys just have to stop it. Don't get us in a short yardage. But it's kind of a cheapo play. It's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how it's kind of looked at. And we've got to have a scrum too on the other side. And the scrum is we have cadence where we all go at once. It's not like you hard count at this and that, where now you're getting us or myself jumping over the pile thinking you're going to snap the ball. That's my own personal opinion. So like in rugby, everybody goes at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no surprise snap as there is in football. And in that explanation, yeah, I get it. If you're on the side that utilizes it a lot and you don't want to ban, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and they're good at it.
Yeah.
And that's your Balls to the Wall Sports. I'm Lindsay on 97.5 KMOD.
Balls to the Wall Sports is powered by the award-winning service of Groundworks Tulsa. More of the Big Man Morning Show.
Good morning. It's the Big Mad Morning Show. Toll free 833-460-KMOD. And qualifying people for CMall 2025 and Travis Riley of Sepulpa heard the cue. So now Travis is in the running and Sepulpa's taking the reign so far with getting qualified this morning. We'll see if they continue to get qualified the rest of the morning. Be listening for that cue every hour with us. It's all brought to you by Yingling Flight 97.5 KMOD. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Corbin. If you've got a hungry bunch of coworkers and you'd like to do something nice for them, sign them up to win a free lunch from Tzatziki's. I'll feed up to 10 of you. I will deliver it in our new Chevy Blazer EV. At the end of this month, I'll be delivering our first lunch from Tzatziki's. Sign up to win at KMOD.com.
Good morning, Gimpy.
Well, good morning, Corbin. Don't forget I'm going to be out Thursday at the Roost over there on Brookside, getting you instantly qualified for CMall 2025. So if you can't get in on the phones, that's okay. You still got a chance. I'll be there from 5 to 7 this Thursday.
All right, so yesterday we made a video ranking some bands and posted it on our Instagram. Feel free to look for it, Bmms69, or on the TikTok account. And I just picked some bands. And we were asked on a scale of 1 to 10 the rankings of them.
Yeah.
And I guess I looked at it like, it is what it is. You don't have to like the Foo Fighters.
Right.
You don't have to like Greta Van Fleet. These are all some of the bands that we picked. Ghost, right? The last band, though, people had a problem with. So going through them, the first one, and Lindsay went first, and her first one was Foo Fighters, and she gave Foo Fighters a 6. Would you like to add anything to that on why you gave them a 6?
Foo Fighters are good. It's just not my favorite. I mean, if I'm taking a road trip, I'm not going to make sure that I pack my Foo Fighters CD. You know, I'm just not. I hear them enough. So, yeah, that's it. Would I like to see Foo Fighters in concert? Sure. I'm not going to go out of my way to spend a bunch of money, though, on concert tickets to see them.
Yeah, I don't go see 6s.
All right, there you go.
I'm not wasting the time.
Right.
So I was actually kind of surprised at yours being a 6. Next was Greta Van Fleet, and you gave them a 4.
Yeah, I'm not big on my list. Not high up there.
Shinedown was next. You gave them a 7.
Seen them, love them.
So you went from 6 to and 7 is love.
Yeah.
Okay. Ghost, you gave a 6 to. Equal to what you gave
Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters. Interesting. And then Imagine Dragons, you gave a 9.
I love Imagine Dragons, and they're on my bucket list to see in concert. Since they started, I've been in love with Imagine Dragons.
Gimpy went next. Again, you can watch this video. It's on our Instagram and on our TikTok account. Foo Fighters, Gimpy, you gave a 7.
Yeah, much like Lindsay, I'm not a huge fan. I like some of their music. I have never once owned a Foo Fighters CD, nor have I illegally downloaded any Foo Fighters music. Will I skip them if they pop up on hey, you might like this band? Maybe, maybe not. Just depends, I guess, on the song itself.
Greta Van Fleet was next for you, and you gave them a 5.
They're all right. They have a few good songs. They sound a lot like Led Zeppelin, which is what turned me on to them in the first place. I was like, well, that's interesting. They sound a lot like them. But as I listen to them more, it's just I'm not getting excited to when their songs come on. You know what I mean?
Shinedown, you gave an 8 to.
Yeah, I'd like to change that. I'd give them a 9 even, to be honest with you. If there's anything I've learned on the show, nobody gets a 10. You've got to be pretty goddamn good to get a 10.
I don't disagree. Maybe even a 9, to be honest.
Right. But I love Shinedown. I love that voice of Brent Smith and the sound of the band themselves. And I've met them several times, and they're awesome dudes. And it's just, looking back, it should have been a 9 for me. You know, I should have said a 9, but it caught off guard. So came up with the first one that came to mind. But I think they're solid. I think they're a solid-ass band.
Ghost, you gave a 3 to, which might shock some people.
Why? Why would that shock people?
Well, when they find out what you gave Imagine Dragons to, that number.
Ghost is another one that I've seen him a few times. Met Tobias Forge. He is a weirdo. Probably one of the strangest meet and greets that I've ever been a part of, you know? And their music is just all right. It's just all right. Do I have a favorite Ghost song? No. No, I don't. Rats is okay.
And then Imagine Dragons, you gave an almost similar response, and you gave them a 2.
They suck ass. I thought we were rating rock bands here, man.
They're a rock band.
Are they? Are they?
Of course they are.
Really? Because when I think of rock, I don't think Imagine Dragons.
Why not?
When I think of CHR, pop music, I would think of Imagine Dragons. I think they've got more of a feel for a pop-type music than they are rock. And Radioactive is the only song that I know from them, and it's not the greatest. Let me look real quick. I don't think I have any Imagine Dragons saved in my music anywhere at all whatsoever.
In your personal music.
In my personal music.
Yeah, I mean, you gave them a 2. I would be shocked if you did. Typically, people don't save 2s.
Yeah, I don't have a single bit. But, you know, even those bands that, like, you know, they're all right. They've got the one great song. You're like, oh, yeah, this is a fantastic song. And that may be the only song that I ever listened to from that band, you know, but it's still great. Imagine Dragons doesn't even fall into that category for me.
What band would?
Wow.
That to where they're like, they're all right, but there's just one song, you know, off the top of my head, I don't know. I couldn't think about it.
Coldplay?
I would have more than one Coldplay song probably in my music, more than just Yellow. You know, Coldplay, yeah. Definitely.
I would consider Imagine Dragons the American Coldplay.
Okay, I ain't hating that.
So then I had Foo Fighters at 8. They're easily one of the poster children of rock today. So every song they have is awesome. I don't care what he is as a person or what he's done. I think their music's really good. And for me, there's also that connection to like my childhood, our teenage years, or whatever with Nirvana and stuff like that. Greta Van Fleet, 7. I think they're a breath of fresh air amongst other music that's out there right now. Shinedown is a solid 8 for sure. As Gimpy said, they're fun people. Their songs, I can play that. My kids sing the songs. Like, I feel like it's safe rock music.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
It's the Jim Gaffigan of rock music.
Okay.
Jim Gaffigan's funny. He puts on a good show. You won't be disappointed. And your mom will like it.
He's clean.
I got, that's not a hate. Jim Gaffigan might be one of the funniest comedians today.
Yeah. I don't think I haven't come across a Shinedown song yet that I'm like, that's terrible.
I agree.
It seems like every one of them are good songs.
And if my radio career, Shinedown is a giant part of it through their years.
Okay, yeah.
Through having dinners with them, through them coming to patio parties, to playing shows for us. So maybe that's where that comes from. And the Ghost got a 6. And I find them to be very tiring.
Okay.
We're not talking about their shows, by the way. Their music. I find it to be like, okay, I'm not going to mow the yard to Ghost.
Right.
What would you do to Ghost? Clean, maybe? No.
No. I think this is a great quantifier of a band.
All right.
Shinedown, I would work out to. I would mow the
100%.
yard to.
Yeah.
I would clean to.
Yeah.
I would have on grilling. Ghost, I don't know what I would have on.
Right.
And their shows are fine. I think their shows are really entertaining. They're so like operatic
Right.
that I don't know the right. Maybe if I'm smoking, maybe.
Even Greta Van Fleet, you can mow the lawn to, you clean the
Work out
house
to.
work out to, cook dinner to, because they got a certain little vibe when it comes to their music.
And then the last one was Imagine Dragons. And even when I was being honest,
You said your answer. I was like, really?
they're really good, dude.
I guess you can appreciate them in ways that I cannot.
Yeah. You can like bands like the Foo Fighters and Imagine Dragons. Your masculinity is fine.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I gave him an 8. And I got kind of grilled on it, which is fine. But maybe I should have said an Ohio 8. Like,
What does that mean?
well, you know, there's like California 8.
Right,
There's
right.
Iowa 8.
Right.
Now there's an Ohio 8.
She's kind of cute.
I saw Matt Rife say that. I was like, that's funny. But I like it. It's good. I have there's nothing to hate about it. To not like it, to me, just tells me more about you as an individual.
Okay.
You're either a music snob, right? Or you're just like worried someone's going to think you like lighter music.
Right.
It's not a big it's music.
Gay!
I guess. If the music genres you like makes you that, so be it.
Right. Elton John, Liberace,
I mean,
Clay Aiken.
Liberace, you cannot put Liberace, Elton John, and Clay Aiken in the same boat. They are not musically
Well,
the
you
same.
can't. They're
No.
all on the same gay cruise, man.
That doesn't matter. Clay Aiken would play like at 1 o'clock. Liberace might play dinner,
Right.
and Elton's closing the cruise. Just because you're on the cruise ship doesn't mean you're equal.
Right.
And I don't, to me, if you're homosexual and you're a good musician, I don't care. You're just playing music for Freddie Mercury.
Right.
That's like saying you don't like Queen or Halford. Like, what are you talking about?
Queen's another one. They just all right. I do have some Queen music in my personal music stash, but not a whole lot. And I'll get down to some Queen music, but not a whole lot. Chances of me skipping are higher, I think, as opposed to like some
Like
other
with your
bands.
feet?
No, like skipping this song. Bohemian Rhapsody, again, good. Skip.
I think it's weird to hear you say you don't like Imagine Dragons, but you like Mika.
Mika's got one song that I like.
Okay.
You know, and same way with Imagine Dragons, they just all right. Mika's just all right. He's got a song about fat chicks, and it's more funny than it is like, oh, this is my favorite song in the whole wide world. I
Whoa,
would not
whoa,
go-
nobody said any of that.
I'm just saying. You're like, oh, you like this person too, but over this other band. Yeah, you know, I think they got one song that I think is funny. Am I going to spend the $90 to go see Mika in concert? Probably not.
I don't feel like that was the question.
No.
No, it's not. I'm just, saying this is my level of why I like one band over another.
And when you say you'll skip Bohemian Rhapsody,
Yeah.
I think the only reason why you're skipping it is because you've heard it so many times in your
very
life.
well could be.
Not because it's a bad song
No.
or that you don't like it.
Listen, they're talented. I'm not hating on them like I hate on the Beatles. You know what I mean? That band's a very talented band. Again, though, this just, they got a few songs that I like. That's about it.
Somebody texted in and said, I changed the radio when you play Foo Fighters. Why? What's the legitimate reason you do that? Is it because he cheated? Is it what? He's a sellout?
Maybe they just
What
don't like his voice.
is he too good? I don't understand the hate on something like that. Don't forget about Boy George. Yeah, no. Barry Manilow.
Right.
Right.
Barry Manilow's so good. Fantastic show.
I love this text. Hate all you want. When Betty and the Jets come on, you're singing it. 100%.
Yes. Have you ever karaoke to Elton John song, Gimby?
Oh, hell no.
Oh, hell no. Like,
hell no.
You'd have to kill me?
No, I don't think you have to kill me. It's just Elton John is not in my repertoire of music to sing. You know, he's hitting notes that I just don't.
Yes, he is. If liking Imagine Dragons makes you gay, then liking Shania Twain gotta make you twink? I'm gonna go think.
No, it's a twink. That's a gay term.
Weird you knew that and I didn't. All right, we got to take a break. All these videos are on our Instagram and TikTok if you want to look for it. Well, good morning. It's the Big Mad Morning Show. Toll free 833-460-KMOD. Be listening for that cue to get qualified for CMall 2025. Another chance is coming up very soon. Let's play a game. Because we got tickets to see Seether. For you to view Seether, to attend the Seether concert at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino on the 29th. That's next Thursday. Get your tickets, hardrockcasinotulsa.com. We're going to play Sing Sing. Current record is...
You and I are tied with 6, and Lindsay has a mere 3.
Last week's winner,
That'd be Lindsay.
so Corbin and Gimpy. 918-460-KMOD, 918-460-KMOD. Call up, decide who's going to be your clue giver. Whoever gets the most right is going to win those tickets to see Seether, to attend Seether on the 29th at the Hard Rock Live. 833-460-KMOD. Good morning, you're on the air. What is your name?
It's your boy, J-Rock.
What's up, man? Who
How's it going, brother?
Good, man. Who would you like to give clues, Gimpy or Corbin?
Let's go, Gimpy.
Come on.
60 seconds are on the clock. Timer starts after the first clue. Here we go.
All right, J-Rock, this is Kurt Cobain's band, and it is about something that has...
Smells like Teen Spirit.
There you go. This is probably the most famous reggae musician ever, and it's about...
Bob Marley.
Okay, and this is about a number of things that fly in the air.
When Doves Cry.
No, that's Prince. What number comes after 2?
3.
Okay, what's the opposite of big?
Small.
Another word for small?
3 tiny.
Okay, something to that effect. We're skipping to the last word, and this is the thing that has feathers and flies in the air.
3 tiny birds.
Okay,
I don't know.
another word for tiny, not small. Blank Caesar's pizza. There you go.
3 little birds.
There you go. Oh, man. So this is that thing out front that has the stars and stripes on it. It kind of holds it.
Flagpole.
There you go. And if you need somebody to watch your kids, you would call a baby blank.
Time. 2 is what we got. Might be enough for the win, buddy. Hang on the line. Good morning. You're on the air. What is your name? Good morning. You're on the air. What is your name?
Brandon.
Brandon, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. We got to beat 2. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. This is the Detroit rapper, singer, best friend of Trump, and he has a song about these type of dudes who work with cattle.
Cowboy?
Correct. All right. It's Friday night. I'm feeling all right. It is a...
This is how we do it.
Maybe. Okay, we're going to break the words down, all right? This is a rap song from back in the day. And if you buy something you don't want anymore, you have to take it, you have to go back to the store. That's called a...
Return.
Yes. And
Return to the Mac.
yes. Lane Staley's band about cock-a-doodle-doo.
The Rooster.
Yes.
Rooster.
This is the video for the song. It's a pop song. She plays the piano on a flatbed truck through the streets of New York.
Alicia Keys.
Yes, another girl. She's younger. Time doesn't matter, man. We get the win. You're going to get those tickets to see Seether at the Hard Rock Live. HardRockCasinoTulsa.com to get your tickets. You, my friend, just have to talk to Gimpy to get yours.
Right on.
I'm sorry, buddy. It was not enough.
I had 3 balls. That's a tie.
No, we only got 2, man. As far as I know.
Sounds like Teen Spirit, Flagpole, and 3 little birds.
But you didn't get flagpole sit.
Yeah, you didn't get it in time.
Yeah.
I still love you guys. Y'all have a good one.
All right, buddy. See
Nice
you later.
try, J-Rock.
And even if you did, it would have been a tie, which means nobody gets anything in the
Right.
game.
Yeah, this is the one that Corbin.
Yeah. What is one more than 999?
It's okay.
Isn't this the one that's like making my way downtown?
Yeah.
Okay. That's about as far as I can get.
It's a great song.
Yeah. Here in America, we measure these instead of kilometers.
Oh,
we
yeah.
use blank.
Good.
Yeah. So not 999 kilometers, but close.
Right. Yeah. No, that's good too.
1,000 miles.
1,000 miles.
Yeah. Did I get Return to the Mac right?
You did. You started off as Montel Jordan. This is how we do it. Those were the words you were going with.
Yeah.
So he was right, but yeah. But he did get it.
Yeah. And this was.
Yeah. Paranoia. Somebody's out to get me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is that the hook?
No.
No.
No, there
Oh,
is
okay.
no chorus in that song.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. The record now.
Well, that moves you to 7, keeps me at 6, keeps Lindsay with 3.
Let's rock. More of the Big Mad Morning Show is next. 97.5 KMOD.
Good morning. It's the Big Mad Morning Show. Toll free, 833-460-KMOD. Can also text BMMS and then what you want to say to 82945. See what Gimpy has in his 4x4.
Well, Corbin says here that Trump and Putin had a little chat over the phone. President Trump says direct peace talks with Russia and Ukraine will start immediately. In a post on Truth Social, he said his call yesterday with Russian President Vladimir Putin about the war with Ukraine went very well. The two leaders spoke for almost 2 hours. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. Any president who has to have a conversation and you don't speak the language, you've got to say whatever you want to say, wait for the translator, wait for them to reply, wait for the translator. Like, you know how long that takes?
Yeah, and you better hope that the translator is translating the proper words because the translator ultimately can just tell you whatever.
Ooh, yeah.
Anyway, according to Russian media, Putin called the talks frank and substantive. Trump said he spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky and other world leaders right after the call. Former U.S. Navy second-in-command convicted of bribery. Retired four-star admiral and vice chief of naval operations Robert P. Burke was found guilty yesterday. Prosecutors say he steered a work contract to a New York company in exchange for a post-retirement job. The conviction makes Burke the most senior U.S. military officer ever found guilty of a federal crime committed while on active duty. Let's see what else we got here. Mortgage rates are on the rise. The average interest rate for a 30-year mortgage moved above 7% yesterday before dropping back down slightly. It comes after Moody's downgraded the U.S. credit rating last week because of the government's growing debt. Mortgage rates have remained near their 25-year peak. And then lastly here, bad news for Tulsa. Miss Oklahoma competition moves to Oklahoma City Metro after 70 years in Tulsa. The competition is from June 4th to the 7th at the Rose State Performing Arts Center. There are 40 Miss Oklahoma delegates and 33 Miss Oklahoma's teen delegates who will compete for the title of Miss Oklahoma and Miss Oklahoma Teens 2025. During the competition, contestants must compete in interviews, talent, health, and fitness, and evening wear. More than $2 million in scholarships is offered to contestants each year.
Evening wear like a dress, by the way, you weirdos.
What, not like
Not
a
lingerie.
lacy nightgown, huh?
The 49ers are making another move to lock up one of their premier players with a long-term contract. ESPN reports that San Francisco is signing star linebacker Fred Warner to a 3-year, $63 million extension. The deal runs through the 2029 season and makes Warner the highest paid off-ball linebacker in the NFL at $21 million per season. It also adds $56 million in guaranteed money to a deal that no longer had any. The 28-year-old finished
He
last
had no
season.
guaranteed money? That's wild.
The 28-year-old finished last season with 131 total tackles, 1 sack, and 2 interceptions. A former Jets general manager is heading back to the city of brotherly love. ESPN reported yesterday that Joe Douglas was hired by the Eagles in a senior scouting role. The executive served as Philly's vice president of player personnel from 2016 to 2019. Douglas was hired by New York for the team's GM position following the success in Philadelphia, which included the city's first championship. The Eagles are rewarding their head coach. The team extended Nick Sirianni to a multi-year deal on Monday. Owner Jeffrey Lurie said the coach is a tremendous leader and helps foster a championship environment. Sirianni was entering the last year of his contract after guiding Philly to a blowout win over the Chiefs in Super Bowl 59.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
There was all that scrutiny about him, and then he wins the Super Bowl. Yeah, you're going to extend the guy.
Keep him. Texas Tech is rewarding its head men's basketball coach with a new contract. The Red Raiders are signing Grant McCaslin to a new deal that runs through the 2030-31 season. McCaslin has gone 51-20 through 2 seasons, and Lubbock had led the team to the NCAA Elite Eight this past season. The 48-year-old has now received an extension following each of his first 2 seasons with the program. He initially signed a 6-year deal after an impressive 6-year stint at North Texas. And that's your Balls to the Wall Sports. I'm Lindsay on 97.5 KMOD.
Balls to the Wall Sports is powered by the award-winning service of Groundworks Tulsa. More of the Big Man Morning Show is next.
More of the Big Man Morning Show is next. 97.5 KM.
Good morning. It's the Big Mad Morning Show. Toll free, 833-460-KMOD is the phone number. You can also text BMMS and then what you want to say to 82945. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Corbin. Maybe you are a huge Ghost fan, and maybe you're a big Blink 182 fan. Nothing More, Seether. You can see all these shows and more for free. All you got to do is sign up at the website that rocks for free tickets. Go to KMOD.com to win. Good luck.
Good morning, Gimpy.
Well, good morning, Corbin. This is your last week to rock the bank, and you just got your first keyword for today. That keyword is grand. You take that keyword, plug it in the website that rocks, KMOD.com, and you've got other chances throughout the day.
All right. Listener emails, you can always email us, show@KMOD.com, show@KMOD.com. We read an email on the air, and then you guys give advice on what that person should do. This email says, a buddy of mine loaned our friend $500 a while back. He said his car broke down and he needed to keep his job. So my friend helped him out. Since then, he's gone radio silent. No payments, no updates, but we've seen him online, out drinking, posting concert pics, even went to Vegas. Like your car's still broke, but you're getting bottle service in Vegas? Whoa. My friend who loaned the money is trying to figure out what to do. He ain't got a ton of cash. You think our friend is just bad at money, or is he purposely sticking it to him? What would you guys do? Listener email to from a guy whose friend loaned some money to one of their friends, $500. He said his car broke down. I mean, $500 for your car breaking down.
Depends on what it is, though. And especially if you're doing the work yourself.
I'll buy that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing the work yourself, I'll buy that.
Right.
Maybe an oil change. An oil change isn't a car breaking down.
No. And it's not going to cost you $500 if you take it anywhere to get it done.
Yeah.
But if a starter went out, alternator went out, something like water pump, those things aren't too awful expensive.
True.
And you can do it yourself.
And then he's out posting his best life.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like Vegas, you can't go to Vegas for $500. I mean, you probably could get your plane ticket.
Right. You could. I mean, drive yourself out there. It can be done. There's ways around it. You're right. You're going to need, I would take more than $500 to Vegas. That's just me, But here's the thing. We don't know. We're just assuming that he took this money or whatever. He went out to Vegas on his own. We don't know if he went with somebody, if somebody paid his way. That's another factor there. If somebody's like, hey, Gimpy, you want to come to Vegas? It's all on me. Well, hell yeah, I'm going.
So I just looked it up. Vegas bottle service. Average cost, low-end clubs. I don't even know what that means. There's low-end clubs? You go and get bottle service at low-end clubs?
Right. They give you sparkling cider or something.
Right.
You're flexing at the Kmart of clubs?
All right.
Anyway, low-end clubs, anywhere between $500 and $1,500 minimum.
Damn.
Top tier, $3,000 to $10,000 minimum.
Mm-hmm.
That gets you entry to your group, about 4 to 6 people per bottle, a table, and a dedicated server and security, mixers, and a basic setup. Extra costs, you got to pay tax, you got to pay tip, which is automatically applied, and also a venue fee.
Damn.
So you're paying almost, on the high end, 40% on top of for tip and fees and tax. So a $2,000 table might end up costing you $2,800 all in.
And what does that get you? Just a bottle of fancy champagne?
No. I told you. It gets you entry into the club.
Okay, yeah.
It gets you security. It gets you a dedicated server.
Okay.
And all the mixers, a table. So you get some things.
Yeah. You're getting more than just a bottle of. I've heard the term before. Never had the money to get it.
I have been in a club for bottle service.
Yeah.
It's not. I didn't pay for it.
Yeah.
I didn't. And it was nice.
Yeah.
But that was not my doings.
And maybe that's the case with this person here. Maybe he did pay for his own way to get there, and maybe he even paid for his own hotel room or whatever. But maybe he went. We don't know that. We don't know if he went by himself or if he went with a group of friends, and one of their friends is ponying up all the money.
I love the idea, though, of a social media picture, and it's just you in a section with a table and a bunch of bottles, and you're by yourself. I
Right.
love that.
It sounds like he's good at hanging out with people who have money.
Yeah.
I mean, he got you to loan him $500 here,
Right.
so you're not wrong there. Text came in and said, track that biatch down. Another one says you wiped your backside with $500, and now you want to clean the crap off of it and be able to use the $500? It's an interesting way to look at it. Congratulations, you got effed. Pick better friends. Another text. Rule number 1, never loan money you can't afford to lose, but personal, I would go over to his house and confront him. If he doesn't pay, take something worth $500. Ooh.
I don't think you can legally do that.
Yeah. I don't think you could, like, if the police show up, you can be like, well, he didn't give me my money back, so I took his Drew Carey doll.
First of
And
all,
about
sir.
900 other things.
Right.
It's like Adam Sandler just going into the house and stealing everything for Halloween.
Let's play that out. You're going to go over to his house and confront him. What do you say, Lindsay?
Hey, bro.
Hey,
You got my $500 that you borrowed from me?
No?
Well, do you know when I've seen you out and about spending money and having vacations.
Yeah.
Do you know when you're going to have it for me?
No.
'Cause I'd like it back.
Yeah. I'd like to give it
was
back.
a loan.
You never said loan. I asked you for $500. You gave it to me.
That's the thing.
We didn't discuss a loan.
Right. That's a thing. Did they discuss a loan?
Gimpy, what would you say? You're confronting.
Tommy,
Money or merchandise?
I know you're in there.
Dude, I ain't answering the door. Someone who's banging on it like that.
Quit hiding from me, Tom. It's been 6 weeks. You owe me $500, Tommy.
A very specific name.
Yeah, right.
We know he doesn't loan people money.
Right.
All right. Wait a minute, that wasn't you? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Just backwards. I owe you $500. Yeah, man. You just go over there and be like, hey, man, listen, what's the deal, bro? What's the deal? I gave you $500. You said your car was broken down. Looks like your car be moving around now. Got you all the way to Vegas for some bottle service. Where's my money at?
Yeah. If I'm confronting, I'm probably going to go, hey, man, I loaned you that money. I really need it back. And you can role play back anything you want to me. I'm just telling you what I would say. I got nothing after that.
Right.
What are you going to do? You going to break his knees?
Right, of course.
No.
Well, no, you're going to
No.
steal his PlayStation 5 or
You
a
show up
washer or something.
With promo Brady and let Brady
Are you kidding me?
scare him.
Man,
Brady's
Come
the
on,
nicest
man.
teddy bear ever.
Of
Come on,
course.
you owe
but
him
he looks
$500.
intimidating.
Oh, man. Corbin, he'll pay you. He says he's going to. God love Brady.
right.
Take him to Judge Judy. Dude, I think that's a wild take.
I mean,
I've seen Judge Judy go the other way
No, big time.
and be like, no, now you owe him $500 more. And you're like, oh, son of a bitch.
Right. And court fees. Now it's $1,500.
Another one, small claims court is an option. That's true. The court is at your disposal.
Yeah, but if they ain't got the money, they ain't got the money.
Right, that doesn't mean they're going to pay you.
Yeah.
Good deal. You got a judgment against them. Congratulations.
Right.
Garnish your paycheck for $500.
That'll be great for boys' night.
Right.
Reasonable answer. Loaner needs to confront loanee. If he doesn't pay up, small claims court is pretty much his only option. And the friendship, probably over. Nuclear answer. Your friend needs to take the deadbeat to a strip club, get him good and hammered, then run up a bill after he passes out, like a couple grand. The $500 may still be gone, but you can be sure those bouncers will get their money.
True statement.
If he got no money, they're just assaulting him. And then he'll take a judgment against them and he'll have $1 million and you still won't get your money.
But it's not your problem anymore, man. That's between him and the bouncers.
Yes, but now he has money because he won a judgment and he still ain't going to pay you.
Hey, remember that? Sure, I set you up for all that, but come on now. You got $1 million. Give me my 500 back.
My grandpa had pre-made contracts for personal loans. He garnished several family members' checks through small claims court.
Wow.
Wow.
He sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Smart.
I'll loan you the money, but just sign right here on the dotted line first.
Businessly smart, I agree. Family smart, I don't know. Can't imagine you're getting you're the best grandpa card ever
Yeah, right.
when you're doing that. Listener email from a guy who says his friend loaned their buddy $500 because his car apparently was broke down and he needed to keep his job. So my friend helped him out. Since then, radio silent. No payments, no updates. But we see online he's been out drinking, posted concert pics, even went to Vegas. Like your car's still broke, but you're getting bottle service in Vegas? My friend who loaned the money is trying to figure out what to do. He ain't got a ton of cash. You think our friend is just bad with money, or is he purposely sticking it to him? Curious to what you guys would do. Lindsay.
I mean, there was a text that came in that said the money was gone. He lost the money when it left his hands. Yeah, for sure. I'm not against loaning friends money if they need it, but just know that you're probably not going to get it back unless there is a contract or whatever, or you do have something that says, I will definitely pay you back. Just consider it gone. Consider it gone.
Do words like, I will definitely pay you back mean anything?
No. No.
No. No, they're just sounds coming out of their throat.
Yeah.
What do you think, Gimpy?
Yeah, your money's pretty well toast. I hope you learned a valuable lesson. Don't be loaning out a lot of money unless, like that person said, you are willing to lose it forever. Sure, yeah, you can go to his house and take his refrigerator or whatever, but yeah, come on, that might get you more trouble than what you need. So, I just say chalk it up to a loss. It is what it is. Go on about your business. Don't loan anybody else any more money, and keep that friend at an arm's length. You know?
I don't loan people money. I'll give people money, but I don't loan people money. Loan, suddenly it creates like a weird, you owe me something, and resentment and contempt. And once contempt's introduced, it's hard to get rid of it. And so I just like, hey, you need $500? Well, here's $500. If I choose to do that. But overall, and this was said to me because we had a mutual friend who was having some money problems. And I was talking to one of our other friends, and I said, hey, I'm going to help him out. And they got mad at me. They were like, why? I'm like, well, you know, da-da-da. And he's like, he's a grown adult. He can make decisions. You're aiding in his inability to make the right decision. And that landed with me and has stuck with me a long time. Because that's the truth. This isn't somebody who house burnt down or just got divorced or is behind on medical bills. Or even that, really, I don't know if I would help with. But a surprise, unfortunate situation.
Right.
Not a water heater, like a real life event that is hard to get out from behind. That's different, in my opinion. But just because your car's broke, yeah, that sucks, man. Been there. I've hoofed it.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But that's on you. You gave that money away. It's gone. He's bad with his money. Text came in. You paid $500 to get rid of a bad friend.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's it. Corbin, can I borrow $50? Yeah, come get it. It's under the doormat at the radio station. What? It's not there? Crazy.
That's crazy.
That's
We'll check the
wild.
cameras.
All right. You can always text us or email us if you need help with something. Email address, show@kmod.com.
Tulsa's Morning Show is coming right back. The Big Mad Morning Show.
Good morning. It's the Big Mad Morning Show. Toll free, 833-460-KMOD is the phone number. And Frank Fields of Catoosa heard the cue. Congratulations, Frank. He's in the running for CML 2025. Chance to see every concert KMOD is a part of, including VIP Weekend Rocklahoma tickets. Qualify every hour with us and then throughout the day as well from Yingling Flight and 97.5 KMOD. We're doing listener emails. This is where you guys send an email, and then we kind of help with some advice on what the person should or shouldn't do. So you can do that by texting BMMS and whatever your advice is to 82945. This email says, I'm going on a trip with friends. Something I save for and actually need. Now, my husband says he should get to spend the same amount on himself just because I'm spending it on me. It's not like I go on trips all the time. This isn't some luxury splurge. It's something I've planned and budgeted for. But suddenly, it's if you spend X, I get to spend X. This feels more like scorekeeping than a relationship. I'm not against fairness, but this isn't that. It feels petty. I don't want to be in a marriage where every personal expense has to be matched to the dollar. Am I wrong for thinking this is messed up? Person sending a text because they're going on a trip and their husband says, well, I should get that same amount to spend on whatever I want. And I saw a thing online where a lady was like, as a marriage counselor, these are things that I recommend. And one of them was you have separate fingernail and toenail clippers.
Okay.
Now, don't get me wrong. My wife and I have things we disagree about and don't see eye to eye on. Fingernail clippers are not on the radar. I'm going to have to ask her, to be honest. She's never said anything. Maybe it is. Maybe it's one of those that she just bites her lip. You know, they say that the key to a successful marriage is to be selectively deaf.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Or blind, maybe. And so maybe she does have a problem with it and just has never said anything. But I find that like a really bizarre thing to pinpoint on.
Yeah, I mean, it's petty for most people, but maybe the significant other doesn't want your toenail fungus infecting, their nails.
Now, that's true. Now, maybe if you, yes, in a selective situation, but as a marriage counselor to say that is a key.
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
And in the comments, they even said something like separate bedrooms.
Okay.
What?
It's a little weird, but
some people do that. Some people do sleep separately.
yeah, I guess. Maybe if the other one snores or farts a lot in their sleep or whatever.
Yeah.
I get that for sure.
Touch of it.
Or they just need maybe their own personal space. I don't know.
Right.
Seems a little bizarre.
Right.
Do you guys gather in one room to have sex and then go back to your separate rooms?
Right.
Or is that a whole other bedroom in itself, right? Like, let's say you got a queen-size bed in each room for each of y'all to sleep on, right? And do you have one room to where it's like, a bed big enough for you guys to, fornicate, and then, all right, see you in the morning.
I mean, I can only imagine if you have separate bedrooms, you probably have one bedroom over the other you choose to have sex in.
Right. Let's mix it up tonight. Let's do it in your bedroom.
For those that have separate bedrooms, because I know people do in marriage, do you not let the other person in your room?
Like when you're not there?
Yeah.
Or just in general?
Or do you, like, if you go in and they're in your room, are you like, why are you in my room? Which feels weird, like
Yeah.
roommate-ish.
Right. Or like you're hiding something.
Like you're my brother or something?
I don't want you in here playing with my stuff.
Why are you in my room? Get out of my room. Mom. Listener email from a woman, I'm guessing, who says, I'm going on a trip with friends I've saved for and actually need. My husband says he should get to spend the same amount on himself just because I'm spending it. It's not like I'm going on trips all the time. This isn't some luxury splurge. It's something I planned and budgeted for. But suddenly it's if you spend X, I get to spend X. I mean, let's just say it's $1,000. And then you go, well, if you get $1,000, I get $1,000 to do with whatever I want. That's what they're implying, right? That they're
I
saying.
think so,
Basically.
Text came in, sounds like a cheating whore. Very well could be. Doesn't sound like it. Doesn't have the boxes checked, I think, for the traditional cheating whore scenario, but
Yeah, she's going out with her quote-unquote friends.
Maybe.
It's really a trip with Bill from accounting. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you're right, with friends. I mean, I can't even imagine if my wife and I did that.
Like if you keep a score like that or went
Yeah.
on trips separately.
Yeah. How about this text? Who pays the bills? Who has the income? That feels like very, women shouldn't vote
Right.
type of thing. It's your money together. Go on your trip and file for divorce. This person is an idiot. Sorry, this person's an idiot. Sounds like a spoiled brat. It says if he saved that money as well, then he can go ahead and spend that amount. If not, then no. And where would he get money from without a loan or credit card? You're not allowed to be mad if your partner's better at saving money than you. Yeah. I'm kind of shocked that you've been doing this, and just now there's a problem.
Right.
Right.
Because, yeah, it sounds like she talked to him ahead of time saying, I'm planning a trip.
That sounds like an assumption.
Right.
Yeah, but if you're not paying attention, they're just words coming out of your wife's, face hole or whatever. Yeah. I want to go on a trip with my friends. Yeah, that's fine. I think that sounds like a great time. Hey,
The
can you
game's
pass
on.
me that screwdriver there real quick?
The game's on.
Right.
Why are you talking? Short of, here's a beer, my dinner's ready.
Right.
Why are you
Right.
talking? If he wants to spend the same amount, the same amount as her trip, then he could do the same thing she did. Plan, budget for it. Then he can spend the same, but later, after it's been budgeted. Score keeping in marriage isn't good either way. But if he's keeping score, then he has to play the game the same way she did, planning and budgeting for months. Another one. Sounds like he doesn't want to go, and this is his way of starting a problem so you don't. Doesn't want you to go.
Right.
And that very
could
well
be.
could be a situation, yeah.
Yeah. Also healthy.
Yeah.
Right.
Also feels a skosh toxic. My wife and I, we don't go on a lot of trips separately. This is the first, I'm taking a trip with my mom, and my wife isn't going. That's the first time in umpteen years of marriage that's ever happened. Either one of us. But I didn't save it, and now she's like, hey. Like, we've been talking about it for a while. But if she was like, hey, I want that same amount of money to buy shoes or something, I'd be like, if you think that's wise.
Right.
And I just come from the camp like, I can't control you. If that's what you want to do, you do you.
Right.
We'll deal with the blowback later, I guess. Sounds like, how did you budget and plan for your trip? If the family's money is the family's money, now that he wants some for him, it's divisive. I think decisive. Decisive? Divisive. How did you budget and plan for your trip? If it's the family's money, is the family's money? Now he went. So, right. Again, we said it earlier. She could have told him. In some marriages, there's one person that does it and they never talk to the other person. And they just go, hey, when you need money, you ask for it or you just go get it.
Right.
So I don't think that's that wild. Do you guys?
No.
No, if she's like, all right, if she's the one who handles all the budgeting and the bills and whatnots, and she took X amount out, no, that's fine.
What if she started a separate bank account and was just taking leftover grocery money or whatever
Right.
and putting it in an account
Right.
for this trip?
Right.
Would that be bad?
Not necessarily. I mean, is she a stay-at-home? Is she the home? The
You can say stay-at-home mom.
mom? Yeah. Is she? Yeah. The homemaker.
I don't know. Why would it matter?
Then she might have a budget.
Why would it matter?
And the extra money that she has from his paycheck, then yeah, maybe that is what she's saving.
And puts it in a separate account that he doesn't know about?
For her trip. Yeah, because that's basically her payment from him.
Oof.
Yeah. That's what
Payment from him.
yeah, if she's
Interesting.
Yeah.
got her on a
For him allowing her to
budget.
stay at home and take care of the kids.
Allowing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Instead of, you could be out there working, but I let you stay at home. I work my ass off so you can stay here and do whatever.
What about you can be having a separate account where she's been, buying great value green beans instead of Del Monte?
Damn. It depends. There's an asterisk there. If he is known to be bad with money, or like takes whatever money that's left over, it's like, oh well, we had $20 left over from our grocery budget, and he takes it to the casino or whatever, then I can see why she would put it in a separate account and not tell him about it. It's like, this is an important savings account, and if I tell you anything about it, I know it'll be gone, So I don't think there's a problem there. If that's the case. If that's not the case, then, it's a little bit different because now you're hiding stuff. What else are you hiding from me? It starts with the $20 bill from leftover grocery money, but what else is there? I've never done anything before to, show you that I can't be trusted. So why now all of a sudden?
Deception is bad, regardless of the reason. If you're deceptive because the other person is a bad spender or a gambling addict or whatever, I think that's bad news. You're just justifying the deception. For me, to me, it's a giant red flag. This text says, I bet she works and he sits on his ass playing PlayStation all day. That very well could be. Mm-hmm. My wife takes yearly trips with her sister. She plans for it. I don't need a quid pro quo. Mm-hmm. Listener email from a woman who says, I'm going on a trip with friends, something I saved for and I actually need. Now my husband says he should get to spend the same amount on himself just because I'm spending it. It's not like I go on trips all the time. This isn't some luxury splurge. It's something I planned and budgeted for. But suddenly it's, if you spend X, I get to spend X. That feels more like scorekeeping than a relationship. I'm not against fairness, but that isn't fair. It feels petty. I don't want to be in a marriage where every personal expense has to be matched to the dollar. Am I wrong for thinking this is messed up, Lindsay?
No, I don't think she's wrong for thinking that it's messed up. It's not marriage isn't a competition. If she needs this trip with her girlfriends, take your trip. You've budgeted for it. You've planned it. And at the same time, if he wants to do the same thing, let him budget for it and plan it. Maybe he needs something too. Maybe he works just as hard and needs something too. But again, budget for it and plan it just as you did. But it is, when she said, it's not a luxury splurge, it is. Even though you planned for it, it still is a luxury splurge. It is, but you deserve it. You've said it. You deserve it, and you've planned for it, so take it. Yes, life's too short not to take those luxury trips, and you have the money for it. Again, when he saves for it, he can do the same thing.
Gimpy.
Yeah, you worked your arse off for this trip. And it doesn't happen that often from, what she says in the email. I say take your trip and tell your husband to get bent. It sounds like he's just jealous.
Yeah.
He's jealous that she gets to go somewhere and have some fun while he has to stay at home and work and doesn't get to have any fun, at least perceived fun anyway. That's why he wants, well, you're going on this trip. I should be able to, I want $1,000 to do whatever the hell I want with. It's not fair. Go on your trip. Tell your husband to get bent. And probably prepare to call Jeff Hensley at some point in time, too, because I don't see it lasting that long.
Yeah, you live with an adult child. What do you mean it's not fair? What are you talking about? Yeah, if he wants to be like, hey, if you want to spend some money, tell me where we're getting it from. I've been putting $20 away for 10 years to do this trip or whatever.
Right. I've been selling pictures of my feet online.
I'm guessing, and I didn't think about it until the person texts in, I'm guessing he's not good with communicating his emotions. And he doesn't want you to go, and his way of dealing with that is being toxic. Well, I should get to in hopes you'll say no, and then you'll stay. Which is also wild to want somebody you love to not have fun and doing things. Key to happy marriage, separate accounts and bathrooms. For some.
Right.
For some not. I came out of a relationship where we had separate accounts, and that's how you find out in the divorce she has a $30,000 credit bill that you also have to take on. So I'm not a fan of them.
Right.
Because I think it gives a chance for deception to exist. Separate bathrooms. If you can't figure out a bathroom, in my opinion, what are you doing?
Well, listen, we just had Chipotle. I gotta go, but she's in there already. This ain't working, and I don't want to follow that. God damn it.
Hey, having an extra toilet is not the same as separate bathrooms.
Right.
Well, I need 2 sinks. Do you? And also, do you need a sink as a guy?
Always get those toilets that face each other.
There you go.
Right. So you can play Battleship while you're taking a crap.
Thanks for hitting the hard P. All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back.
Tulsa's Morning Show is coming right back.
Toll free 833-460-KMOD. You can also text BMMS and then what you want to say to 82945. Let's see what Lindsay has for Balls to the Wall Sports.
Over the weekend, a video went viral showing an Indiana Pacers fan wearing a Tyrese Halliburton jersey being accosted by obnoxious New York Knicks fans. The Pat McAfee Show was able to track down that fan. His name is Hans Perez, and he's a New York City firefighter and a dedicated lifelong fan of the Pacers. McAfee was able to pull some strings and get Perez on the show for some one-on-one FaceTime with Halliburton, who in turn offered up a trip to Indianapolis for Perez and a guest to take in Game 4, complete with air and hotel. Now it's just up to the firehouse to determine whether or not Hans can get the time off to enjoy watching his team take on the Knicks in a much more hospitable environment.
Isn't that series over? Pacers and Knicks is over.
That's tomorrow night. First game.
Yeah, Pacers and Knicks is tomorrow night. It's Timberwolves and
OKC too.
Oh, right, because it was Knicks. Oh, right. Yeah. I saw the video. It was, dude, you get separated from your group, and that's what it looks like happened. Mm-hmm. And then he's just getting, like, hounded by the other team. And you're like, man, you're insufferable people, man.
Right.
Just ruining good times and making people go, I don't want to go to a game if that's what's going to happen.
Right.
People are mean. The Braves are getting a boost to their starting rotation. The team activated Spencer Strider from the injured list yesterday. The starter was dealing with a hamstring issue he suffered in his first outing of the season last month. The 26-year-old missed most of last year after undergoing Tommy John surgery. Strider won 20 games to go with a 3.86 ERA and finished fourth in the National League Cy Young Award voting in 2023. A pigeon is apparently fighting for its life after getting hit with a line drive during Cincinnati Reds batting practice. It happened ahead of an away game with the Pirates at PNC Park yesterday. Cincinnati sports reporter Charlie Goldsmith posted that the pigeon was killed instantly, but later updated that it was still alive, but essentially that poor pigeon is on life support.
Are you not an animal lover if you go, who cares?
Right.
It's a pigeon.
Mm-hmm.
Flying rats.
The amount of money you're wasting trying to keep a pigeon alive that once it flies away, you won't be able to recognize it.
Right. I wonder how many times that actually happens. I'm sure a lot more than it gets mentioned.
A bird gets hit?
Yeah.
I mean, usually it makes the news. The most famous one is Randy Johnson throwing a pitch and hitting one. I don't know if it was a pigeon. It was a bird for sure.
Yeah.
But again, it's a pigeon.
Yeah.
It's not like they found a pigeon and hit it with a bat.
Right.
That would be obviously horrible.
Exactly.
Right? It's not like nefarious behavior.
Right. Accidents happen.
The stupid bird got in the way.
Right. Right. And wasn't it a couple years ago where they had hit like a beehive or something that landed in the field?
A beehive landed in a field?
Yeah.
How does a
there
beehive
was a swarm
land?
of bees or something that had landed.
Maybe.
And they had cleared the field.
I'll buy that. I'll take that one. Yeah. Bees, important.
Yeah.
Pigeons, I don't think so.
Right. Nuisance. Definitely.
I don't even think pigeon's good to eat.
I don't know. Never tried it that
Only when you're on a TV show trying to survive.
Exactly. And that's your Balls to the Wall Sports. I'm Lindsay on 97.5 KMOD.
Balls to the Wall Sports is powered by the award-winning service of Groundworks Tulsa. More of the
460 KMOD. Be listening for that cue to get qualified for CMall 2025. Another chance is coming up very soon, so be listening for that cue. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Corbin. Happy 33rd birthday to porn star Christy Love. See this cam girl extraordinaire in Booty Caller Unknown, Cheat Day, and Filthy and Milfy, too. She's a two-time favorite Cam Girl Fan Award nominee.
Good morning, Gimpy.
Oh, good morning, Corbin. Don't forget I'm going to be on Thursday at the Roost on Brookside, getting you instantly qualified for CMall 2025. So if you can't get in with us or Mel or J-Rod, you still got an opportunity to get qualified.
It's Tuesday after 9. We do To Tell the Truth.
Time to tell the truth. This is your opportunity to ask anything you want. Just remember, keep it clean. No bodily fluids, nothing sexual, and don't forget, we can and will pass on a question. Let's open up the phone lines. Here's Corbin and the gang with all the truth you're going to need.
BMMS and whatever that is to 82945, or if you're wanting to call, you can, 833-460-KMOD. Remember I brought up freakiest jobs that are non-sex?
Yeah.
So the results came in of the people that were asked. Nurses, overwhelmingly number one.
Yeah, freaky bitches.
ER, ICU, travel nurses, certified nursing assistants, 100%. Then restaurant and kitchen staff.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey.
Usually people that work in a restaurant are young
Yeah.
and not career. It's not like we don't have career servers here. There are very few people that do that. Cruise ship crew.
I can see that. I can see that just because it's nightlife. You know, so many different people that you're meeting.
Okay.
Or you can meet anyway.
Or maybe people are watching the television show Below Deck.
I think
And
that's
they
what
all-
it is.
Yeah, and they're all, because they all hook up with each other.
Okay. Theater and actors, parentheses, non-A-list. I think the cruise ship crew and the actor thing is the same in regards to we want them to be.
Yeah,
Glamorizing a little. Okay.
Yeah, kind of fantasy-ish,
yeah.
right? Military, first responders came in at 5 and 6. Hairdressers, number 7. This one, mental health workers and psych staff.
Are they taking advantage of their patients?
Right.
Is that why it makes them so freaky?
And then hotel hospitality workers and then flight attendants.
Okay.
I thought flight attendants would be higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hooking up with the pilots
Or
Yeah.
passengers.
or passengers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you see in the movies all the time
Yeah.
anyway.
To tell the truth, ask any question you want to get to know the show better. This text says, if your phone started texting you creepy messages from an unknown number, what's the first thing you do? Lindsay.
I delete the text.
Okay, Gimpy?
Okay. Just ignore it.
Yeah, I would delete it, and that would be that. I wouldn't be like, well, and what's creepy?
Right. Am I supposed to call them back? Excuse me, you sent me a
Do I know
creepy
Right.
message. I do not appreciate that, sir. Or ma'am. Ma'amzer.
I don't know what creepy would be. I'm trying to think like what would be something I go I'm watching you. Okay.
Okay. I like the way you lay in your bed watching TV and eating Pringles.
I mean, I'll be honest, I wouldn't think twice. You can't see me.
Right. Well, not everybody has, a 5-story house, Corbin.
Yeah, not everybody has a reading room.
Right.
That's not me, by the way. Text coming in. Do you prefer big city life or small town life? Lindsay.
When I was younger, I always wanted to live in like a big city like New York City. Now, I don't think I would like that at all.
Why?
Raising children in a big city, I think would be really hard, tough, get around, and but I've never really lived in a small town either. Like some might consider Tulsa a smaller town. I don't.
It's the second biggest city in Oklahoma.
Right.
What about the city you're from? Isn't that a small town?
It was around 35,000 people.
That's a small town.
But in the summertime, it was over 100,000 people.
Still a small town. I mean, 100,000 is not
Okay.
big. Smaller than here.
Yeah. I like this better than. Yeah.
Gimpy.
I don't really have a preference. I've lived in both, and both has their pros and both have their cons. You know what I mean? I would probably rather live in like a larger metropolitan area simply because there's more to do and it's closer. I don't have to drive 45 minutes to get to a Walmart. You know what I mean? So if I had a preference, it'd probably be big city life.
I don't disagree with what Gimpy's saying. I love small town as long as I have what I need. Right? As long as it's got a Walmart and a good hardware store.
Right.
Things like a couple restaurants I like that are good restaurants. They don't even have to be like chains or anything, just a place with good food.
Right.
Big city, I love a lot, but I like New York, not LA.
Okay.
So it depends on the
Not,
city.
not Houston. The walkability is really important.
Right.
The accessibility to get around is really important for me. I would be completely comfortable raising my children in a big city. I'd have to figure it out for sure, but there's no go playing in the creek. That's sure. Go play in the alley. I mean, you can
Right.
do that.
Yeah.
What's your Memorial Day weekend plans if you want to share, Lindsay?
Well, got a birthday party over the weekend at the lake. The weather doesn't look great, but hopefully it changes. The rain, maybe a pop-up. And we recently bought a pontoon boat that we want to take out there.
When were you bringing this up?
I mean, we've kind
Your
of...
best and worst. You don't cover buying a boat?
Yeah. Well, because...
Is it because you don't want to add to the idea that you own this massive house with a reading
No, we got
nook?
we got an amazing deal on this boat, and it is needing some spark plugs put into it right now. So, and it has been a pain in the arse finding these spark plugs that it needs. So I had to special order them. They came in and they were wrong. I had to special order them again. Thankfully, they have arrived this morning and they will be put in tomorrow.
Your worst is you didn't get to use your coal cash
I know.
instead of the spark plugs on the boat we bought. Why wouldn't you share that?
I don't know, because we just haven't been able to take it out yet and really enjoy it. So this will be the first weekend that we get to enjoy it if the weather is decent.
And if the spark plugs work.
Yes. Yes.
Are you doing the mechanic work on it?
Not me personally, but Kevin and his best friend. His best friend has been a lifelong pontoon owner, and he does all of his own maintenance on his boat. So he's very confident that he can get it done on this one.
And do you come with the trailer and everything?
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna put it in a like in a marina?
Yeah.
A slip.
Yeah, and a
so you
slip,
can
yeah.
go in
At Fort Gibson.
so you can go whenever you want?
Yeah.
What's the going rate on a slip right now?
About $170 a month. It's not terrible. Terrible
You
enough.
say so.
But you budget for it.
What's gas on the lake like at right now?
I don't know.
Is it a try?
It is. It is, actually.
What's the silly thing? Because I think pontoons always have like a silly thing, like a umbrella hole in the middle of the thing. Like
Right.
there's always some.
Slide off
It
the
has,
back of it.
it has a ski bar on it, on the back.
Can a pontoon go fast enough to pull a
It
ski?
has a 250 Honda motor on the back of it.
Okay.
So yeah, it'll haul ass on the water.
Okay.
Yeah. It's got it can pull 2 tubes on the back. According to the previous owner, that's what he did. It's been on the water twice.
But it needed spark plugs.
Yeah.
That's
He
been sitting
let
for a
it
while.
sit. Yeah, it had sit for almost 2 years.
Are you comfortable driving a boat?
I am. This will be my first time with a boat this size, but I'm looking forward to it.
Was that a movie you promoted?
No.
Gimpy, what about you?
Same birthday party. I don't have a new boat to take out, but I'll go sit on one for sure.
I'll come hang out on mine for sure.
Maybe I can hang out on your deck, Lindsay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Deck of the boat.
Deck of the boat. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, gonna go out of town with some friends. Should be fun. Best and worst of the week, and what's the? Oh no, that's not this, is it? If you could recruit a character from any movie, TV to help you survive the apocalypse, who would it be?
The first person that came to mind was Norman Reedus from The Walking Dead. Isn't that his
Daryl.
name?
Daryl?
Daryl.
You would do Daryl from. Okay.
Yeah.
Gimpy?
Thanos from the Avengers. You know, I mean, he got all the stones, the Infinity Stones, and then he snapped his finger and everything went back to the way he wanted it to, or, you know, it wiped everybody out or whatnot. I think ultimately, let's just end this son of a bitch and get right back to the way we were before this apocalypse came around. Thanos.
The person I'm picking, you would have to be committed because it wouldn't be a light experience. Like Daryl, he's going to do some crazy things, but he's going to be pretty mediocre, right?
Right.
The guy that you picked, Gimpy?
Thanos, yeah.
Yeah, same thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm picking Ethan Hunt from Mission Impossible.
Okay.
Very resourceful, but I'm probably going to have to jump off a cliff.
More than likely.
Maybe hold on to the side of an airplane as it takes off. I don't know. But I feel he always gets out of hairy situations.
Right.
It's true.
Right.
I feel extremely confident and trustworthy of him. You know.
Him and John Wick, yeah.
Yeah. If a horror movie villain became a zombie, which one would be the most terrifying? If a horror movie villain became a zombie, which one would be the most terrifying? Lindsay.
Maybe the Terrifier. He's pretty terrifying anyway, but he's a clown, and clowns are the most terrifying creatures on the planet to me, so a zombie version would be even worse.
Gimpy?
That's a tough one, man. Because, like, you know, my first thought was like Jason or Freddy or something. Those guys are practically zombies anyway. Oh, never mind. I just got the answer right here. Jaws.
Ooh, yeah, Jaws.
The shark. A zombie shark.
Coming to sci-fi
Right,
this
right,
summer.
right.
Is
Zombie
Jaws a
shark.
horror movie?
Yeah.
It's got it listed here. I just typed in horror movie villains, and it's got Jaws listed on there. So I think a zombie shark gets out of the water, starts walking on land or doing whatever, mobile on land, and is around eating. Yeah, that's pretty bad news, man.
I've always thought Pinhead was pretty scary. Lindsay's pick is really good, but I think Pinhead would be really good.
Yeah.
From Hellraiser. Like, now imagine that, because zombies don't talk. So now imagine that chasing you. And if any of his powers like transfer over to zombie life, I think he'd be pretty terrifying.
What powers did he have?
Didn't he have like mind control stuff?
Oh, to be honest with you, I never got into the Hellraiser. Telekinesis, the ability to summon chains and razor sharp hooks,
Yeah.
teleportation, and illusions.
Yeah, that would be terrifying.
be
By the
for
way,
zombies.
whoever wrote that sucks. Why, the word illusions isn't scary in any way, shape, or form.
No. That reminds me of David Copperfield.
Right.
It reminds me when they're like making fun of David Copperfield.
Right.
South Park. Like,
Yeah. It makes no. He can. This summer, a zombie so scary, he can make endless handkerchiefs come out of his mouth.
He has pain immunity, apparently, and shape-shifting. These are more powers that Pinhead had
Yeah.
that I never knew.
What's something you secretly judge people for, even though you know it makes you a bit of an asshole? What's something you secretly judge people for,
That's fun.
even though you know it makes you a bit of an asshole?
When I see them wearing pajamas in public.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong going to Walmart in your PJs.
Yeah,
And
there
your
really
Crocs.
is.
Until you do. I feel like you got to try it. Until you can-
Right.
I mean, I've done sweatpants.
Some people, that's their PJs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just because it's not socially acceptable PJs, Lindsay,
Hey, I'm
definitely check the
accepting-
asshole box, huh?
Exactly.
Gimpy?
Their weight. Hey, fatty. What's up? You fat effing tub of goo. Get up and walk around a little bit, why don't you? Instead of, sitting in that cart,
That's the one.
getting around the goddamn store, hogging up the aisle. How about you walk a little bit?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Bumper stickers.
Okay.
Stickers on cars. One, more than one, what are you doing?
Yeah.
First of all, you're not a good entrepreneur.
Right.
Charge people to put stickers on your car at least.
Right.
Don't just give free advertising. I don't care if you like that cooler a lot.
How else is everybody going to know I'm an iPhone user, Corbin?
I feel like of the brand stickers, I see Yeti way more than Apple.
How am I going to let people know that I did a half marathon and a full marathon, Corbin?
How am I going to know who you voted for?
Right, exactly.
How are you going to know how many children they have and how many pets? And how many times they've been to Disney World?
How many times I got to see the Punisher on your sticker to know you aren't a badass?
Right.
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely see people with bumper stickers and go, My kid's like, hey, can we put the school bumper sticker on our car? I'm like, no. Why not? Because
It'll ruin the paint job. That's what you tell them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
it's a very expensive place to put a sticker. This is an interesting question. If you were single, what is your number, the lowest number you would date?
Like age-wise or sexual partner-wise?
No, like they're a 6 or a 2
Okay.
or an 8. Like, what's the lowest number you would date today? Like
date.
in your modern era, like not you, fresh out of college,
Right.
developing your sexuality,
Right, and we're talking like date, be seen out in public with, right?
have a relationship with.
Not just,
Bang.
fornicate. Well, I mean, there's a difference.
No,
Yeah.
to me, it's if you're gonna swipe and go on a date with, what's the lowest number?
I think there's a difference, but that's just me.
6. I say that maybe a 7, 6 or a 7.
You got to pick one, Lindsay.
Okay, I'll say a 6.
So you would go as low as a 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Gimpy, to me, there is a difference because even if you just went on a date to hang, like swiped right, there's a presumption that it may turn into sex.
Well, see, my thought there is like there's a difference between dating, I'm going to be seen out in public with you, and we're just hooking up and having sex. My friends don't have to know that I'm having sex with you, right? But my friends would know that, like, this is the person that I'm dating. We've probably gone out and done things together.
Hold on, you got me.
Uh-huh.
What's the number for dating?
For dating?
Yeah, being seen with your friends.
being
What's the
seen-
lowest number you would go?
Oh, man. Is that 7, 8?
This is why
7.
I'm on board because of my next question.
Uh-huh.
How low is the number you would go to bang?
Well, let's answer your question with a
me out.
question. Let's answer your question with a question.
Fine, do that, but I am going to ask for a number.
What? Yeah, not a problem. What's your idea of a 2? What in your mind when I say?
It's your opinion.
Yeah, I know. I'm just asking you. What when you hear like this person is a 2? What do you envision in your head?
Bad skin condition,
Okay, like
Poor
psoriasis
dresser.
or something. Okay,
yellow teeth,
okay.
can pick up see all the change in the room that falls. Balding, definitely has a limp.
Okay. Okay.
Something like that.
Okay. And we're just having sex with this person, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is the what number would it be just to have sex with them and your friends don't know about it? Yeah. Then that right there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. 8.
How about you, Corbin?
Across the board. 8. I feel like life is too short to go lower.
Listen, man, listen. A limp don't bother nobody. You can get past a little, dry, patchy psoriasis on the skin.
I don't need to get chafed.
No.
I don't need to wipe the drool.
You can get past the fact that they look like they brushed their teeth with cheddar cheese.
I don't want to I don't want to wipe the crumbs off of them so we can. Are you kissing it too?
Not deep tongue kissing. Maybe just enough to get it, the spark ignited.
You're just using them.
Pretty much, basically.
It's a great question for an icebreaker, by the way. All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back.
Tulsa's Morning Show, the Big Mad
833-460-KMOD. And congratulations are in order as we qualified another person for CMall 2025. Claire Zvinik.
Zevnik.
Is qualified for CMall 2025. Your chance to see every concert KMOD is a part of. You got to get qualified, though, to be in the running. The giveaway is coming up very soon. You qualify every hour with us and throughout the day as well from Yingling Flight and KMOD. In between the two for a Metallica today at 11:30 is your next chance to get qualified with Mel. So be listening for that cue to play with her. So news... Like when news people interview people doing something, I love it because they're really good interviews or they're kind of awkward or it's just a really authentic human moment. And this guy was fishing at the ocean on like near a pier or whatever, and he saw somebody in a rip current, and they interview him after the event, and you can hear he's kind of mousy, and you can hear like he kind of sounds scared still.
Okay.
But I want you to hear the audio of his interview.
I was sitting there, and this girl came running asking if anybody could swim, and I said, no, I absolutely cannot swim.
But he's at the ocean. And you're like, what's he doing at the ocean? Well, he's fishing with a drone.
Okay.
And I looked down at the drone, and I was like, well, the drone can swim, I can't.
That's when Smith grabbed his drone, which he uses to cast bait. He tied a flotation device.
Cast bait with his... So, now, to say I'm a fisherman would be equal to say as I'm a boxer. Like, I know how to do it, but if you ain't gonna rely on me. And I can only imagine with a drone, you put some bait on it, you put it out kind of far, and then drop it in the water and have the fish chum, maybe like a chum almost, like to get them to come towards the shore.
Maybe. I don't know.
I've never heard of such a thing.
I've never heard of drone fishing either, but it makes sense. I mean, you just put a line with a hook on it and some bait, and you can just sit there because you can have that drone hover over the water. It's not going to go into the water.
I think he's just dropping bait into the water.
So he's not actually having the fishing line tied to the drone. Because
how's he dropping the bait? That doesn't have arms.
It has a hook, and you can release the hook.
Okay.
Right? Which is how he's going to save this person's life.
He tied a flotation device to the drone, hoping to fly it out to the teenage girl, but he missed on the first try.
And I flew it out, and it was a terrible miss. I released it too early. It was really windy.
By now, the girl had been battling the rip current for 5 long minutes. Then someone gave Smith a second flotation device.
I lowered it until you could see her hands grab it, and then I lowered it a little more and I released it, and then she climbed on and started like floating. If it wasn't for that second drop, she wouldn't have made it. The EMS said she wouldn't have made it, the cops and the lifeguards.
The girl was able to use the flotation device until first responders arrived.
Amazing story.
Yeah, for sure.
Amazing story. But I don't know why they don't do this more. I don't know why they don't have drones that they can attach a life jacket to and just send the drone out and drop it to the person.
Right.
Not that lifeguards aren't good at what they do. A drone can just get there faster.
For sure.
And without any resistance or danger or whatevs.
Are we talking about using the drone instead of like those helicopters that hover over the whatever area and then, the guy jumps out of it and then swims over
Right,
there?
Coast Guard? No, I think there's a place for those. But if you had a drone, a person... like a lifeguard box with a drone, and they're just dropping, and then that person can go and run and catch them, but you can't get there faster than the drone can.
Yeah, that's true.
But then dropping, and you're like, again. Wild to think about, but impressive.
Yeah, for sure.
And him to go, hey, can you swim? First of all, don't swim out into a rip current, even if you can't swim.
Right.
And to be like, I'm telling you, if the chances of me getting interviewed for television, short of like a charity thing, like if something bad happened, I'd be like, I'm not. No, I don't need to be on AFV
Right. I'm not going viral for this anyway.
or Rob Dyrdek's show. I don't
Right.
need to be on that for saying something stupid, which I will.
Apparently.
Yeah. I'm going to ask about the turtles. Like, it's not going to.
Right.
Ain't nobody got time for
Yeah,
that.
it isn't going to be awesome. All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back.
Tulsa's morning show continues next.
Good morning. It's the Big Mad Morning Show. Toll free 833-460-KMOD. If you know about the AI baby thing, we made one of those. It's on our Instagram. If you want to see it, you can vote for who's the best. Hand down, you will be able to tell. Lindsay, what'd you learn today?
I learned that sometimes it's worth the money to rid yourself of a POS. And it takes one hot mama to be seen in public with Gimpy. And it takes one hot mess to get laid by him.
Gimpy, what'd you learn today?
I learned that Michael J. Fox must have lived near a golf course. And I also learned that Lindsay has never handled one that big before, but she's excited to try.
I learned that hibiscus cocktails are the problem. And I also learned all in favor of changing the age of consent to 18, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Hear me out. As Corbin say, make sure that dishwasher's loaded right.
It's Lindsay. Stop tracking my cycle.
This is Gimpy, and I'm sorry.
Far too kind.